It would help if I were on the right tab. Mike Brigandy.
Rabbit, I hope you got this for your recording. Hey, YouTube out there. Tom Rabbit likes to record these. Hey, Tom Rabbit.
Hey, guys. So this is going to be the third time that Darth talked to Mike Brigandy, and it's ended bad every time so far. But this is the first time.
Is there even a consensus that homosexuality is genetic?
Yes, and did you know that in the bonobos, they are...
So I do have to bring that up. I don't know who happened to catch that one. Is there even a consensus that homosexuality is genetic? I'm gonna take the bait on this one because it's tangential. The whole point of this is to watch these conversations immediately skid off the rails. But if you hear somebody ask a question like that, and this is not old spatchcock getting all wokey on everybody. If you switch the word homosexuality to heterosexuality, you basically be asking the same kind of question. Is there a consensus that heterosexuality has a genetic component to it, or has a gene of some kind? The reason that there isn't a scientific consensus, to be fair, but then again, there doesn't really have to be. I always get the suspicion when an amateur apologist like Darth says something like this, the idea is to de-emphasize some kind of natural or physical grounding, if you will, for sexual orientation at all, especially when it comes to homosexuality, because the last thing they want to do is think of homosexuality as being on the spectrum of sexual orientation. If they do that, then they have to treat heterosexuality as equal to it, and they definitely don't want to do that. Homosexuality is, in their mind, a degenerate choice. It is a verb, it is a preference, it is an activity you decide to do. It has nothing to do with this orientation stuff. Sexual orientation is you're straight, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve and all that crap. And this is just a part to kind of kick that whole thing up. I think it's funny to bring that kind of stuff up because if you're gonna end up illustrating like, well, this Darth Dawkins guy, why is it that when he is talking to people online, why is it that the conversations do soar off the rails so fast? Questions like that. That's why. Well, okay. It does sound muffled.
Well, they fly off the rails because you're arguing with your feelings. That's ultimately what the problem is. He knows that. So he's gonna, he can say things that are gonna get you to fly off the rails and your feelings, and that's all you're really arguing with anyway, as he points out. But if you're hung up on the homosexual thing, and work it out, dude.
I do not know how to make it sound less muffled. It's underneath my chubby face.
What up, Peter? I'm just doing this on the fly. I haven't watched this. I think this dude in the right-hand corner is Jefferson Spatchcock. I've seen his name before, but I anticipate the same thing. He's going to give all sorts of exhortations about how he subjectively feels today. So we'll see.
And I don't know really how to increase its uptick. I don't know if that's making a noise when I tap on it. It's a tiny wireless mouse. I'll find out more about how it sounds later.
Cool, dude.
I apologize. Let's see. So yeah, I always think this is an interesting thing for these guys to get into when they want to talk about this, because they have not yet wrapped their heads around what sexual orientation is, and they won't even go anywhere near trying to figure out how to accept it as a concept, and therefore have to talk about homosexuality as a choice or a decision.
Is he giving us a lesson on how to be more gay friendly right now? That's cute.
That you make. Being gay is something that you do, not something that you are or something that you desire. And so because of that, they end up opening themselves up to really weird rejoinders like, okay, well, if being gay is a choice, then so is being straight. which they can't defend. Because if they are straight, they don't choose to be sexually attracted to people of the opposite sex. They just are.
I don't know. It seems like he was staying away from arguing that people are born that way. It's not a choice, but I don't know. Seems like he's trying to go there now, but good luck trying to point to this, right? As an empiricist, that's what you do. You observe and point at things, and then you make assumptions, philosophical assumptions that you can't account for. That's the name of the game, right? And you get your feelings all mixed up in it. If you want to point to something, here's an idea. Notice that males have this thing called a penis, and women have a thing called a vagina. I know they're usually covered up, but that will help you along this road.
So that's basic. Okay. So that's another good example right there of how Darth can usually just kind of blow things up.
Darth Dawkins, his name blows things up. Like you mention the name in a group of atheists, and their demeanor starts to change. There's just a well-known emotional response around his name. The funny thing about it is I listen to these Tom Rabbit recordings, like Darth is, he makes an ass of himself. He's too aggressive. He's too demeaning. He has negative qualities about his presentation and his personality. The information within, though, that's what I'm not hearing being overcome in these videos. Every one I watch, it seems to be the same pattern. Like Darth has a script. Okay, he has a script. Yep. Is that a problem? If someone has a script, that's better for you. It's laid out. You can analyze it, come up with ideas of how to get around it. It's set. It's not moving, right? It's a script. I'm just waiting for somebody to overcome it. So, if anybody knows, send me the video. I'd love to see it. But I mean, Tom Rabbit, I think he just assumes everyone is a win against Darth, but I'm just not. I'm not informationally gathering that.
Stop. We're done. We're done. We're done with you. You are a liar. Okay, bye.
Look it up.
Okay, you're listen. You are an unhinged liar. Okay.
The bonobos.
The connection with bonobo and other primate behavior, there is something to be said about that. But somebody could say, like, okay, well, if Brigandi's going to go into this trying to appeal to nature kind of thing, then Darth Dawkins is right to call him out for that. But not really, because really, in the sense, it's essentially what he's trying to do. Like, if you can't point to the gene that makes people gay, then it's safe for Christians to assume that it's a choice and that it is a bad one that makes Jesus angry. And that doesn't follow at all.
I mean, you're just a loose cannon. You're an unhinged liar. Okay,
yeah, Mike Brigandi.
And then, of course, they talked for a second time, and that didn't go well either.
Why can't he use logic?
I'm really at the point where I've lost my patience with your constant diversionary tactics. Now, here's the problem.
Look, sir, I've been really nice to you lately.
I really think that Darth Dawkins should start a YouTube channel called Diversionary Tactics. I mean, because he's really good at them. I really think that the reason he resents.
Thinking about that. Is Darth Dawkins type of diversion? He seems to be like hyper focused in one direction. So I don't know if that works for him. I mean, I've definitely seen the diversions on the atheist end. Let's see what he's going to say.
Seeing them demonstrated by others is because that's his thing.
I can get meaner. Look, bro. I can get meaner if you want me to, right? Like I've been nice to you this whole fucking time.
Oh, he's gonna get mean. Look out, buddy. Uh oh. Here we go. Sorry. Yeah, right, Peter. That's right. They're like, oh, he's got a stupid script. He can't, it's gonna be easy. But then at the end of it, it's like they didn't really get anywhere, and like, no, we got it. He did something wrong. He tricked us. Yeah, that does seem to be what it is. Like they just want to point to, morals always. That's the great part about all this is it can be pointed out of how often they're going after an ethical framework or a moral problem as though Darth is under their subjective system, right? Like, why would he be under their system? And they want to go to honesty, when they can't figure it out, like they're being tricked. But they can't really pinpoint what the dishonesty is so much, but I'd agree with that statement.
And you're actually a prick, okay? I don't give a fuck if you leave.
Bald-faced liar. You have
Okay, you're here because you want to get viewers and followers. You know who the fuck I am, and you want to stay here because you're getting more followers and coins.
been nice.
I'm sorry, sir. Guess what? You're not going to sit here and babble. You're going to give a fucking argument for your God or go away. And I know you're a Christian.
Been nice.
So, like, is Darth Dawkins not one to give an argument? I mean, doesn't everybody know the argument? They claim he has a script. He sticks to the same argument. So, did you come in here not knowing his argument? That's interesting. That's an interesting thing. It doesn't really seem to be a problem that I've heard from Darth. Like, he's not giving the argument, but maybe he doesn't reveal it up front when they request it. I guess that's probably what it is, right? Like, there's like a stall, or he's like, no, first you got to answer this. I don't know. We'll see.
And I literally debunked your ass about Leviticus. Okay, you think it's okay to kill gay people according to your Bible? Okay, you're a piece of shit. You're a jackass. Give evidence for your God, and the reason why you're here still is because you want coins. So give evidence for God or go away. There you go. Yay. Wasting our time.
And then just the other day, Mike and Darth were reunited for the third time. And he joined this other guy's room, and they talked for 15 minutes until Darth came in and crashed the party.
I just want to point out here on this guy's particular stream, I'm pretty sure this was on TikTok as well. Atheists are the most inconsistent and irrational people on the planet. Prove me wrong. That is.
See, that's a bold claim, isn't it? To put up there. And the thing about Darth is he knows exactly how to argue each one of those key words. Because when you break down the atheist position, it does become completely irrational when you use basic philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, which makes them the most irrational, because at every turn they have an a priori commitment or a faith claim or a basis behind their claim in faith, and of which they don't point to anything faithfully. So there's a reason, it's written like that.
It is pretty easy to prove wrong, especially with the existence of Republicans in the United States, and MAGA even more specifically, if you want to drill down.
So these are lefty Democrats fighting for the gays, right? Like, yeah. I mean, is this personal? Maybe this guy is gay. I don't know, but he's got the Trump derangement thing potentially going on here. I don't know. Politics are garbage. My ruler's better than your ruler.
Watch one of those Jubilee surrounded things where it's like one person surrounded by your pick of however they're categorizing the conservative, MAGA conservative, libertarian, gold standard nut, whatever, yeah,
like gold standard nut, right? Like the person who wants to rely on natural resources and gold and silver is a nut. Why wouldn't you just take the fiat currency, which they can print as much as they want, devalue it, inflate it? That whatever, dude.
Within a few minutes, you'll start realizing, like, okay.
Yet the funny thing is, though, too, is most atheists will be anti-conspiracy, but they actually are relying on their own conspiracy theory to try to go after God and Christianity. If you pull it out of them, the ultimate conspiracy theorist, they think that the true living God is a conspiracy by man. You know, the key to all reality and existence is a conspiracy.
I think these people might be inconsistent in some of their views, possibly irrational.
And well, actually, the idea is that both atheists and theists, all people are going to be rational and irrational. That's just the way it is. People are going to have faith-based beliefs because it's part of life. It's part of the walk. It's inevitable. So those who can understand that a little bit better and put that into a rational theory, well, that's going to be the difference between people who think they're not irrational at all, because you'll hear that from an atheist, right? Like, I'm not irrational. I don't have faith. Like, when you hear somebody make that kind of claim, you realize the tier level you're on in the argument. Like, you're just probably going to have to bow out. You know, they don't even realize, and they're not willing to admit that they have faith. You know, unaccounted for trust and all sorts of things every day.
And who
use your empathy
determines
and logic to do this?
Well, then who is the one who gets to say what is and what isn't appropriate for humans?
People do. We do. We don't need a God
So
for
it's a
that.
collective. Yeah. So collectively, we agree. Okay, fair.
No,
Like,
not.
so
It's not.
If he's going with right and wrong as the ad populum, he's going to take a main pillar in philosophy and fall back on a logical fallacy. Peter, yeah, the Christian worldview, right? Most scrutinized. Yeah, that's like a reverse burden attempt there. They're like, oh, you never give your worldview. It's like, really? The Christian worldview, you never heard of it, you know? But yeah, their worldview is the hardest to extract because, well, yeah, it definitely is. Because when you know what questions to ask, they're going to get very uncomfortable very quickly. And what you see then is when the atheist is getting desperate, you're going to see a lot of tu quoques. That's actually what they fall back on. I think deep down their argument is, oh, it's easy to argue against God because where he is, how he be, you know, those types of questions. Prove him, demonstrate him. Where does he live? You know, and then it becomes, well, if we're looking for that aspect of it, you know, how do we think about things? How do we go about understanding the truth or falsity of a matter, right? You start asking those questions and other questions about a priori knowledge and so forth. I think the atheist has a natural fallback on a tu quoque reflex response where they start to go, you do it too, you have the same problem, and you got to watch for that. And that's actually a marker that you're in a good area because, like I said, it's sort of a reflex that they don't know they're in a place they don't want to be. So when you hear that tu quoque, press forward, point it out, and press forward. You want to point it out to say, okay, you know, why you're committing a logical fallacy here, and then even from the tu quoque, they'll branch out into more fallacies a lot of times. So recognize the fallacy, point it out, but come back to it because actually they want to use it as a red herring, you could say, right? Because a lot of times they hope that maybe it's a trade-off. Like they know they're going in that direction of logical fallacy, but the payoff is that they distract or derail and move the conversation somewhere else. The point being, go with it, point it out, and then go right back into that line of questioning.
No, I always love it when these guys try to do this. Well, so collectively, we all agree. What about those that don't agree? Look, that's why there's differences between morals, ethics, and etiquette. Etiquette really isn't morality. I always love it when these guys start to get it. Oh, so it's just what everybody kind of expects others. No, that's etiquette, not morality, right?
So he's trying to break up morals into a subcategory of etiquette, which is still going to be a moral the argument itself would require an ethical framework that he can be challenged on.
Eating with the appropriate fork when the salad is on the table is not a moral choice. It's just etiquette. Violating that etiquette is not equivalent to, something immoral.
So he somehow knows, this guy in the right corner, this atheist, he knows what true morals are. It's not table manners and etiquette, but he actually knows somehow, right? That's the point, is what we want to know how he knows, which of course, oh wait, I don't know. Okay, well, what is the standard? Because I mean, the thing about ethics and morals, is how deep it goes, how ever present it actually is.
Necessarily. So I'm wondering where this is going to go. I have a feeling it'll come down to Darth running in and saying something like, what's your absolute, or something.
Not collectively necessarily, but people, agents.
Better than being able to predict what Darth is going to ask, because you know his script and you watch him. And the Christian worldview's been around for millennia. How do you answer that question? Or how do you say, oh, that question is not relevant and here's why? Are you able to do that? There's a reason he's asking that question about what is absolute.
We are agents. We don't need a God.
Okay, how in an atheist worldview, where you're in an open system where nothing's impossible, is agency real?
That does not make any sense. First of all, there isn't an atheist worldview, because that's appealing to...
Oh, whoops. This guy just dropped a tear down. There's no atheist worldview. I mean, we'll see what he says, but come on, man. If you're coming to the table claiming atheism, it's part of your worldview that you're denying God. Now, you can play the game of agnosis and whatever you want to do to categorize it, but you're either living as though God exists or you're not. We can move into behavior to point this out. Ethics, that's the whole problem, actually. The fall, the atheist heart, the neglect of the spiritual world. It's an ethical problem. It's not a problem of mine. You find some fairly intelligent atheists out there who are well articulated, in philosophy, in their position. It's not a problem of, oh, I'm too smart, I can see through this. It's an ethical issue. And you'll notice that it's always what's fuzzy, which has already been displayed here in this conversation, is ethics. Like he's breaking in the etiquette and giving a suggestion as though he knows. It's always going to move into logical fallacies, whatever they're doing, and it's always going to be subjective, which is key.
Some kind of...
Why would Darth be under any of these guys' subjective system?
Sense that an atheist worldview is a monolith, right? You can't even say that about a quote-unquote Christian worldview, although Darth does it all the time. For him, a Christian worldview is just one where the person surrenders the notion that their epistemology is entirely dependent upon God revealing crap to them, which isn't a worldview. It's just a stance they have about their capacity to hold a worldview. So this...
I don't know why he's squabbling over this. I just don't, I don't agree with what he's saying, but is there a point to him trying to reframe this? Like, a worldview is the way you see the world, your perspective, your personal philosophy. And I would love to ask this guy how he's the authority on these matters, right? That's where it gets good. You start asking about authority. Like, okay, this stuff sounds interesting. I might agree to some of it, but how did you come to that? Who's the authority on the matters? Then the obvious, like, how do you know what is true versus what is false? They're going to point to science a lot of times, empiricism, things with sense data, but what they overlook, which is key, why they're losing and never see it, is because they skip over a priori knowledge. They assume it, they presuppose it, and that's what the presuppositional method goes to point out, is that you've skipped this step. So I want to know your worldview. I want to know your a priori commitments and your justification for them. And that's where all sorts of things happen. if you get to that level, which you're going to start to need to get keen on pointing out logical fallacies because they start to emerge when you hit critical levels.
This isn't even,
and that's where Darth, I would say, does a terrible job. He can point out fallacies, but he's just overbearing and overly aggressive and overly mean where it's unnecessary. Like if you have the philosophy down, like if you could just smoothly walk them through it and stop with the insults as much, I think it would be more effective. But he's pretty burnt out. If you watch him and Dr. Josh, though, he lays out he does it so well in that particular video, like an hour long, and they're both very calm, and that's what made the difference. But it's basically all about epistemic justification. And you hear Dr. Josh in his voice realizing what he's asking and understanding it and knowing that he's actually pinned. And Darth is being fair about it, but it's a crucial it's a crucial point.
really accurate. So you automatically could just get rid of that. The idea that an atheist
you can actually is he trying to he's saying just get rid of it. Like you can toss out the idea that we're having a worldview argument. Is that what he's trying to do there? Because that's the whole point of an apologetic is they're arguing their perspective of the world versus yours, in a general sense, of course. They're saying that God is the starting point of everything. You're saying that, what's the starting point of everything? You're going to end up pointing out that you're the starting point of everything. That's actually what you think when we explore your epistemic justification or lack of your idea of metaphysics and ethics. It's going to be revealed that you are the starting point of your reality. So when it comes to what you're giving me with your feelings through your sense data, what seems to be the case from your observation, that's where the old phrase, so what, comes from. Cool. You think you're the beginning of reality and you're having some feelings. So what? Why are you in a conversation about, the meaning of life in reality? Why are you studying theology from a position of your feelings and your personal experience?
This worldview, by definition, has to be a quote unquote open system where nothing, how does he put it?
Or nothing's impossible. Is agency real?
Okay, so in an open system, nothing's impossible. That doesn't follow. That doesn't matter whether the system's open or closed. You can still have possibility and therefore impossibility.
How does he know that? Huh.
How is agency real?
What are you talking about? How is it impossible for agency to be real?
How is it impossible for agency to be real? Well,
In an open system where you don't have an identifiable absolute, where nothing can be impossible,
that doesn't make any sense either. Why would an absolute, either identifiable or unidentifiable, have anything to do with what's possible and impossible?
Well, the absolute in his purview is the creator God who would set out what is possible and impossible.
Again, he seems to be confusing like the grounding of the metaphysic with some kind of established epistemological framework.
Really, is this guy talking going to give us the grounding for his metaphysic? Is he going to give us epistemic justification, or is he just going to talk about those words?
Or, and this just a fact that if you don't know that there is a God, then you can't say what's right or wrong or possible or impossible. Without a God, one of these days you could give a little hop, skip, and a jump and end up on Mars. Like, no. So, and then I guess if you try to combat that and be like, well, no, you have things like gravity. Aha, but gravity is dependent on God too. Like, well, you could just say that it's dependent on nature, which I have a feeling Burgandy might do. but then they'll try to say that nature is a set or it's an abstract and it doesn't have any grounding, even though God does somehow, because let's beg the question. Let's see what happens. Let's see how quick and for anybody who's...
So when he says beg the question, that tells me he doesn't understand the essence of the transcendental argument. He's trying to point it out that it's circular. All that's coming from him in the bottom quarter is going to be begging the question too. That's the point of challenge his presuppositions. It all falls back on him and his experience, his observation, what he feels at the moment.
At home drinking, even if it's tea, take a drink. The minute or the very moment Darth starts to beg the question.
The moment you affirm anything positive, it can be instantly negated.
So that's just word salad. Where's the impossibility in my view?
So you're not.
He didn't understand him, so he said it was word salad.
Understanding the metaphysic. Okay. And by the way, I'm a co-host here.
Nobody needs to really understand the metaphysic. He's insisting on a metaphysic that he hasn't really laid out and he's not very good at. So
this guy's, obviously very... He knows Darth well. The bias sounds so obvious, right? Like, I'm just wondering how this guy, this spatchcock dude who's talking, how he's going to back up his claims. That's the thing about, about a lot of competent atheists, is you hear them say these things about necessity and what needs to be in place and what the rules are. And like, when you start asking them, like, how do you know these rules are true? Like, everything comes unhinged. But of course, it's a valid question, right? Like, why would you want to talk to somebody who's telling you things that aren't from their worldview or are not true? Or you want to know, like, are you telling me things from your perspective and how you see them? Okay, are the things you're telling me actually true?
The metaphysic. Okay. And by the way, I'm a co-host here.
Nobody needs to really understand the metaphysic. He's insisting on a metaphysic that he hasn't really laid out and he's not very good at. So this is typical of Darth. Like, okay, here's how metaphysics works. There's one metaphysic. Darth has decided what it is. He decides how it works. And if you don't accept it, you are doing what he would like every...
It's very peppered language with resentment here. I mean, yes, he has a metaphysic, right? It starts with God. There's a point to him not, arguing with people who don't accept it. His position is that, God has to be, God, the creator of all, is either accepted or not accepted by his creation. It's key. Like, he's allowed to have that position. You might not like it, but he's allowed to have it.
He decides how it works. And if you don't accept it, you are doing what he would like every...
So if you're saying he decides how it works, I guess you have a problem with his system. So you would have to have your system and show why he's not allowed to do that. And interestingly, that's going to come into putting you under scrutiny for the ethic behind that and the epistemic justification, isn't it? Like, why he can't argue that way, for instance. You sound like you're complaining about it, like you don't like it, but you're going to make a claim about what he's doing. Can you even back that up?
Everyone to think is the equivalent of insisting that 1 + 1 = 3. He is laying out something that's as obvious as...
Yeah, he has an objective system is what he's picking up on. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that Darth is arguing from an objective stance. I think that's why he's saying it seems like 1 + 1 = 3 to him when you don't adhere to his system. But that's the point of having a strong argument. And again, if you don't like it, that's one thing, but can you point out why he's not allowed to do that, or why it's, however you want to term it, why it's dishonest, incorrect? It just sounds like you just don't like it.
Math to a simpleton, and you're over there screaming that this isn't your favorite kind of cereal. That's the kind of irrationality he wants to paint.
Right, because the favorite kind of cereal is his way of saying, I'm arguing subjectively. This is all about what I like. I don't like your argument. I don't like your objective stance. But that's the weakness, ultimately. You're arguing your opinion from your observation and your sense data and your personal experience that you want someone to prove God to you. So they want to naturally know, not all of them, but the ones who have thought about this a little bit more, how you know things, how you could possibly know that God exists in the first place, right? The same question you have, but what we're going to do here is to go, well, let's see how you know things that you assume. Let's talk about transcendental categories that you assume, right? You want to show them that they have all these immaterial constructs that they're faithfully relying on, assuming to be objective, even within the conversation logic, that they're utilizing and navigating reality with unaccounted for. It's sort of like baby stepping them into the idea of an all-powerful creator who laid these transcendentals out for us. They just want to assume it and move forward. You want to show them how much they're assuming in just having this conversation alone. And they do not like that.
Just because he's trying to take you step by step through a pile of nonsense does not make the entire pile any less nonsensical. It's all.
I mean, I get the claim, Spatchcock, but again, this it's pretty heavy the way you're talking about it. Like you're just writing everything off as nonsensical because you don't like it. You haven't proved it to be nonsensical, have you?
All nonsense. He's just pretending that he's like, I'll walk you through it. I'm like, no, you're not walking him through anything except a bunch of shit.
Okay, I'd like to hear him critique that when that happens, actually. If he really thinks he has something there, because I've heard Darth walk people through it. And for the most part, it's been fluid. Sometimes it's a little philosophically heavy. Sometimes I might not agree with him. But for the most part, I feel like that's what he's trying to do, is to get you to listen, to walk through it, and then revert you back after he's walked you through it to say, can you answer this? And I think what happens is the atheist doesn't like what's happening. They feel like they're in a script, which they are, because he has a mapped out philosophy that works against secular philosophy, autonomous reasoning. I get that you don't like it, but are you really overcoming it?
Here, so you're not going to be able to get away with the bad behavior. Please do not interrupt me, Mike.
Get him. Oh,
Mike,
Get a noose. Jesus.
Mike, you're
Tie him up. Hog time.
not going to get away with your rude behavior that you did when I was on your stream. I am a co-host here.
Oh, that's right. He was treated rudely when he was on Brigandi's.
Not just a moderator, okay? So you're going to be held to an adult standard here, okay?
That's not a thing.
Now,
Not for Darth. Not when he starts talking like this.
it wasn't a word salad. It's just that you are uneducated on a certain degree of metaphysics. So in a God world, it's a closed system because God cannot fail to exist. So that means that some things are impossible. In a not God world, there's no identifiable absolute that would make anything impossible.
Yeah, well, no, and still, he's just insisting.
I like the way he responded. I like the way he reacted to that.
Identifiable absolute that would make anything impossible.
Yeah, well, no, and still, he's just insisting. Well, with God, you have some kind of foundation. Anytime I think that you're trying to do this with a metaphysic and then trying to link it to people's epistemology in this way.
See, right there, the metaphysic and the epistemology, like linking it together. This is where this is key for the secular autonomous philosopher, right? They separate these things, and they are in separate categories, but there's actually a key detail in that they're not separate. They can't be separated. They can't be divorced. And that goes along with ethics too. and this is where the worldview varies greatly, is the separation, the compartmentalization, rather than the unification of these key components.
You have to insist on a foundation so that you just avoid the trilemma, the Munchausen trilemma. Is it foundational? Is it coherent?
Okay, so he's assuming the Munchausen trilemma or the Agrippa's trilemma here as an authority, isn't he? He's automatically assuming that, interestingly enough, that everything results fundamentally as a circularity, an infinite regress, or dogmatic, which is not something that I would disagree with or Darth would disagree with. But the fact of the matter of like not solving it or actually having a worldview that does have circularity, well, you still have to point out that it's a problem, right? This is a different type of argument than a simple circularity. Like, oh, is there water on the table? Or why is there water on the table? Because it's wet. Oh, it's not like that. It's more of a fundamental circularity. Like Jefferson Spatchcock here, he's ultimately relying on his sense data, and whatever he says or comes up with, we can make a case that it's coming back to his sense data. Logic itself, which is very fundamental, we assume it, we presuppose it. When we want to correct it or check it, what do? We use logic and look for logical fallacies, right? So once you see that there's a circularity, an inevitable circularity, you can also realize that there's dogmatism as well, inevitably. Atheists need to explore that. They need to say, where's the dogma? Because that's going to be huge. There's faith and unaccounted for trust all throughout their worldview. And if they don't speak of it in such a way, you have to draw it out by pointing out their behaviors, drawing out the way they think about these matters.
The trilemma, the Munchausen trilemma. Is it foundational? Is it coherent? Or is it infinite? And in this case, Darth Dawkins will just be like, no, it's foundational, obviously. God, there's no trilemma. Nothing to see here. Move along, folks.
Yeah, that's not the argument he's making. The trilemma, the relevance of the trilemma has to be established. Even if I can identify with what you're saying about it, even if I agree with it, like I was pointing out, the circularity, the dogmatism, I want to know how you are epistemically justifying bringing it into the conversation as some sort of authority or something that needs to be addressed. That's what Spatchcock is missing here, right? He won't be able to justify that. He'll just say, well, don't you agree, or can't we use it? He might not ask in such a way, but that's what it'll be. How is he going to epistemically justify that? Consider that.
It doesn't work.
So do you understand, or do I need to further explain to you the difference between please do not interrupt me while I'm talking. Mike, if you're a grown-ass adult, do not
You have to allow Darth to spend 30 seconds asking you a very short question.
interrupt me. This is not your stream. Now,
it's not exactly Darth's either. It's not like he went live with it. He just kind of co-opted it.
If you want to speak at length, you're more than free to do so.
But he will not be free to do so. That's not a spoiler alert for anyone who's ever seen any of these.
Yeah, that might be true. I might have to agree with him. Let me see how he worded that. You'll
speak at length.
Yeah, Darth doesn't really let people speak at length when he's in a line of questioning with him, because he'll stop them from going on tangents which are not related to what he's actually asking. So that's a tough one, because you want to say, yeah, I'll let you speak at length, but they start talking about something else and you have to interrupt to, get them back on point. But then it becomes, oh, let me answer in my own way. And But you should also be able to let them go at length and then just pull them right back and say, okay, thank you for that 30 seconds of not answering my question, but now we're back to my question. Yeah, we get comments. Darth gets comments like that all the time, right? Like Skyworks here is showing us, Darth is a pompous ass. Like, yeah, man, it's good stuff, right? That's helpful. I wonder if somebody like Skyworks is able to point out like the fundamental flaw in Darth's argument, instead of talking about his ass.
You're more than free to do so. But
He will not be free to do so. That's not a spoiler alert for anyone who's ever seen any of these.
But if you make a grandiose statement that you're building on, I will interrupt you in order to defend it. Now, did you understand
The words
the
coming out.
difference between a closed metaphysic versus an open metaphysic?
No, because he didn't actually go into that. He just insisted that an open metaphysic, an open world, nothing can be impossible in it. That's the only definition that he's given, and that is just sort of implied. So in a closed system, apparently we have a system where things can be impossible. Cool. Why?
I think so. We can just say nature is necessary. And so just like you say God is necessary, we can say nature is necessary.
Oh, hey, Peter. Yeah, I saw that comment there. I actually heard him saying something. I caught a snip of him over on Smokey's talking about that, like just a couple weeks ago. I think after I was on there for about 15 minutes, Bruce was on saying, doing his thing about what you're talking about here. He's like, oh yeah, these Francis Schaeffer, someone he was following. And he said like somebody came out and just figured it out. They solved it, I guess, but he never knows who they are and any details about what was solved. So it's like, think about that. It's interesting because it becomes just in a sense, like a navigation into how Bruce thinks. Like he thinks like, oh, these guys were convincing. I remember feeling it, and now I'm carrying it to the future as though it's been done and been solved, though I can't describe it or explain it. So when it comes up, I just dismiss it.
Sorry.
Okay, so here's the problem. What is your absolute within the model of reality that cannot fail to be?
We can just say,
Okay. What is your this might be a new way of putting this question. I don't know. Is this new? What is your absolute in your model of reality? That's new, right? I want to hear that.
nature is necessary.
Within the model of reality. Here's the problem. What is your absolute within the model of reality that cannot
What is your absolute within the model
fail
of
to
reality?
be? What is your absolute within the model of
Give me something objectively true might be another way to put this, or another. It might be what he's drawing out, is what I'm saying, in this line of questioning. He needs something like, he needs you to tell him like a reference point of how you know it's true. Damn it.
reality that cannot fail to be?
You could do reality itself.
Listen to this guy. You could posit in there reality itself. Reality is reality. Oh, wait. That's too obviously circular.
Right. I don't know why you would need it. It's kind of weird to say that you have an absolute within a model of reality. That
Yeah, well, when you're an atheist, of course it is. You just don't know. That is ultimately your epistemology. Ultimately, you just don't know. So, you calling that weird is one thing, but the idea of epistemic justification in philosophy, which you are adhering to, at least that much, you're going to come up barren. The question is on the table. The question is relevant.
doesn't matter then. Because now it's not about metaphysics. It's about epistemology.
Wrong. Peter, there has to be an ultimate in a worldview that all else depends on. Yeah, that's the idea. So you see how he's trying to break up epistemology and metaphysics there when Darth is coming at them from a unified perspective. But even in how he's assessing how this needs to happen is in question.
Say that you have an absolute within a model of reality, that doesn't matter then, because now it's not about metaphysics. It's about epistemology. Your model of reality is the map, not reality itself.
No, we're trying to locate reality itself, and when you engage in a conversation, epistemology is present. You're going to talk about how you know about reality. That's why he's asking that question. You're trying to avoid it by saying, oh no, he's doing it wrong, he's breaking it up, or you're breaking it up actually. But the point is you're just working around the question in some way, trying to say it's not relevant. But that's not going to be an answer, is it? Because you're not going to really know or be able to justify how you have the authority to say the question isn't relevant. You just don't want to answer it.
How you modeled it. So having an absolute is irrelevant in terms of the existence of the reality itself, or whether or not an absolute exists in that actual reality.
He's just saying reality in reality itself and actual reality in place of God, really. He's trying to posit all of reality as some sort of ultimate, but he's a part of that thing, right? He's bringing everything together to try to answer it, like a sort of monistic view, because it's interesting. The atheist is going to fall in line with different religions, even though they're not formally claimed, right? Again, dogmatic thinking is something that humans' existence entails. So when you're not even aware of those things, you're at greater odds as an atheist. Like when you hear Aaron Ross saying, "I don't have faith," like you realize how far off he is, and you see that he has 300,000 subscribers, and you realize a lot of them are in the community that you exist in. And it's like, wow, these guys haven't even made it to the point where they realize they assume things are true without being able to account for them. They have faith in all sorts of things they can't account for. Spatchcock seems a little bit aware of that, but he's trying just to dismiss questions that are he can't say they're not relevant. He would have to go into a detailed explanation of that, which he's going to end up going in a circle, which he already said is not allowable.
Yeah, this doesn't follow at all. So that's just a bunch of hokum.
We can just say nature.
Oh, it's hokum. See, now I didn't know he was going to say it was hokum. That dissolves everything I said in the last 2 minutes, because that's
not an absolute existence in that actual reality. Yeah, this doesn't follow at all. So that's just a bunch of hokum.
This doesn't follow at all. Like, did he create his own non sequitur? He took the question, gave a bunch of personal assessments to it, and said it doesn't follow, and then called it hokum. I don't want to go back. It doesn't matter. It was explained. The more important things were explained prior.
We can just say nature is necessary.
First of
we can just say nature is necessary. See, this is interesting too. Like, when someone's going to speak of necessity in such a way, they're going to have an absolute to speak in a universal sense. So Darth could point out that he's just walked into the need for some sort of absolute justification, in fact, of what he's asking. Now, I doubt Spatchcock's going to pick up on that, or if he did, he wouldn't want to point that out.
of all, does saying something make it true?
Well, this is what you're doing.
If God's
That guy went for the tu quoque way. Does saying something make it true? This is what you're doing, is what he answered, right? Those are ever present.
Says it, yes. It depends on the context. It depends on the nature of if
First of all, does saying something make it true?
Well, this is what you're doing.
if God says it, yes.
If God says it, yes, so Spatchcock doesn't believe that, but he's pointing out that that's Darth's argument, right? That's the truth, and that's Darth's worldview that he's bringing forward. He doesn't like that, right? But then he has the burden of disproving that if he's going to try to argue with Darth. Him not liking it's not going to do him any good, right?
It depends on the context. It depends on the nature of the being. Darth believes, he wouldn't want to get into this because if somebody were to bring this up, they'd be bringing up the Bible. And Darth would be like, no, I'm not talking about the God of the Bible. I'm not talking about Christian God. I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about logic. I'm talking about how a God of classical theism is inescapable, right? That's much bullshit because he's going to end up bringing up a couple questions here. I've seen this trick run before when he'll probably ask about like sets and stuff. What can and can't be a set, what's a discrete and what's an abstract or a concrete and all that kind of crap. So he would end up failing this, but let's just get to that.
With God.
No. What you're doing is now the
you just say God's absolute with no actual evidence.
Mike, I'm pleading with you to conduct yourself like an adult and not like a petulant teenager. We do not merely just assert that God exists. We give a rational defense of it, whether you agree with it or not. Now,
yeah, that's what's key. He's giving a rational defense in a way that he doesn't like. So what? That's his argument. He's allowed to have that argument. You don't like it, right?
not like a petulant teenager. We do not merely just assert that God exists. We give a rational defense of it, whether you agree with it or not. Now,
rational sometimes, but not always reasonable. A lot of the ways that these apologists end up trying to...
Oh, see, reasonable, the way he used it right there, I think he said rational, but it printed up irrational.
Sometimes, but not always reasonable.
Reasonable is an interesting word because it's utilized as though it's neutral, but it's not. There's still assumptions within there. I mean, perhaps in certain usages, but it's assumed to be neutral in some ways, similar to logic. Logic is misused in this way too, because reasonable has reasons baked into it, like philosophical reasons baked into it. Those are going to be assumptions on whoever's reasons they are, whether it be some philosopher or science itself. Science is only going to provide data, but then the observer looks at it and applies reasons, assumes transcendental categories, cause, meaning, purpose, and puts them into the equation, into the claims, right? So the reason and reasonable, they're used in ways that are assumed to be neutral, but it's not always the case.
A lot of the ways that these apologists end up trying to co-opt philosophy, especially with like this one. This is a metaphysics.
See, look at these loaded terms, like apologists co-opting philosophy.
Trying to co-opt philosophy.
So he's expressing that there's some authority in philosophy that the theologians, the believers in God, are trying to co-opt away from philosophy. He's going to have to be able to defend what those authorities are, how that's the case, and where Darth or an apologist is violating them or violating that. Why the presence of God can't interact with these philosophical authorities in the way that he doesn't like. That's a huge claim for him, but he's saying it in a way where it's obviously the case. Especially
with like this one. This is a metaphysics, right? But this isn't even about like, there's more than one metaphysic, and there's a lot of different ways to talk about this. The way that Darth is kind of packaging this is, like I said before, he's insisting that there is a metaphysics, one thing. We all know how that is and works, and he's going to explain it to you like you're 5, And if you don't accept any component of everything that he's laying out, then you are too stupid to understand that 1 + 1 = 2. Even though,
Yeah, he's just loaded. He really doesn't like Darth. Okay. Hey, Nemesis, what's happening?
it is pretty clear to anybody with a background in philosophy that has even dabbled a little bit in studying metaphysics knows that what he's doing here is fundamentally wrongheaded. This is not how you would go about talking about metaphysics or attempting to wield it in this way. He's trying to use what he thinks is his understanding of metaphysics.
Okay, so Spatchcock has the real understanding of metaphysics, and Darth has the one that's not real. Speaking of what is real, what the nature of being is, metaphysics. These rules and guidelines that Spatchcock is trying to promote here are highly questionable as to why Darth can't have a metaphysic that starts with God, why God can't be the nature of all that comes into being. Now, if Spatchcock's a materialist, God help him, right? Like, how's he going to pull metaphysics into this? Is he going to appeal to other people talking about it? You know, that's why the worldview argument is so key. Like, you want to know exactly where the guy telling you can't make an argument and you can't claim God is the creator of all, how he has the authority and he knows this to be the case from his particular worldview. You don't want to hear about like other people's opinions, right? That's not the idea. You want to know how he knows this, because listen to him. If he tried to avoid this argument, let's say with Darth would have this video of him saying, look at all these claims you just made about me. You're saying, you know, you might know I don't want to talk about it now, but you've said this in the past. How can you possibly justify that claim?
As some kind of dogmatic cudgel to force his opponent to think the way he does. And you don't even have to accept that framing. This whole thing about like, well, do you even, you know, what's the absolute in your model of reality? Well, my model of reality doesn't even bother with notions of absolutes and I mean, we'd have to get into what you mean by an absolute. How do you know where are we going with that? Darth would then say, "Oh, you're just being evasive and wasting my time," which he'd be right. He's added new proprietary jargon. The open closed system shtick is new to my ears. He doesn't often do it. It seems to depend on the opponent. But I think that from what little bit I've seen of him over the last 10 months or so, I haven't engaged with any of his, like doing reviews or anything. But the little bits that I've heard him starting to drop this before, and I'd heard things about this earlier. This is more like in keeping, I think, with like guys like Cy Ten Bruggencate and stuff. It's less Van Til and Bonson, more of a Cy Ten Bruggencate kind of thing. Although Bonson kind of trafficked in it a little bit, but with them it was more about insisting what you can't know anything without God. Because knowledge is presupposed by the existence of a God. And in this case, he's trying to say metaphysics is presupposed by an absolute. He's not saying what that is. He wants you to come to the conclusion that it is not only a God, but it is the triune God of the Bible, which is a problem for his own argument.
When you say nature, okay, is nature a token of concreteness or abstraction?
Concreteness.
Okay, well, you're wrong because nature is a token that refers to a set of a plurality of alleged concrete particulars, correct?
Okay, so when he refers to a god, he refers to, sometimes when he's arguing, he likes to skip out and say that he's just talking about, he doesn't usually use terms this honest, just talking about the God of classical theism. But that's not the God that Darth Dawkins is an evangelist for. Darth Dawkins is a strict Trinitarian. That's a set. So in that set, are the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost particulars? Are they each absolute?
And he's obviously coming at this from his own autonomous reasoning. He's not going to even be able to get into, or he won't accept the essence energy distinction. But that's okay. You can try that route as an atheist, like try to go after the logic of the Trinity. But this is what they never understand or accept, like their epistemic justification, which is going to move into their ethical foundation as to why it's wrong for someone to believe illogically, becomes a problem. It's always a problem, actually. And the interesting thing about the non-believers' view is it typically is based on personal well-being, is what it breaks down to, which is a subjective ethic that many humanists and secularists agree on, well-being and flourishing. So when you have that information, it becomes an interesting thing when you get into this part of the discussion about like why it's illogical or why it's wrong to believe in illogical things. And then you apply their ethic of, well, it makes my life flourish. It increases my well-being. It puts them in an odd place because now their epistemology and ethic is being challenged in a sense where what they know to be the case, they can actually go against it if they feel like it would be advantageous to them. And this is what you see in leftist ideology. They try to push feelings in a way that it becomes the most important or the basis of how you live, how you think and act towards others. And when that is the mindset, that it's all about feelings and it all is about me ultimately, well, you can see that play out in different aspects, socially, historically, and so forth and so on. But the point is that even if you didn't want to get into, or he couldn't understand the essence energy distinction, you try to deny it, try to make a point of the Trinity being illogical. There's what's always on the table there. You can point out that thinking illogically is acceptable in his worldview.
If they're each absolute, then wouldn't that be contradictory in the same way he's trying to say, well, you can't have this in this case because nature is just a set of stuff, which isn't actually what you have to do. The thing that Darth is too simplistic to understand is like, if somebody is referring to nature, or they can be referring more charitably to something broader like reality. Has nature always existed in terms of the nature that I think Darth is assuming? Plants, animals, the planet, flora, fauna, that kind of stuff. No, not necessarily. The natural world in terms of energy and matter and their exchange between them. Has nature always existed in the same way, shape, and form? Maybe not. Has it always existed? Maybe. So in that case, what are we dealing with? I don't think at that point you can try to say it's the set that he's trying to talk about.
Okay, let's look at some of this commenting here. You don't think a materialist or a physicalist can have a metaphysical stance? Okay. And you do realize that physicalism is a metaphysical stance. So at face value, it looks like there's going to be a problem there, right? A physicalist, my understanding is that all is physical. That's how you know things. through physical discovery. That's how you make claims. That's how you build reality. Your framework is based on physical things. So, yeah, just go ahead and write a comment, maybe as simply as you can, on how you unify your use of metaphysical ideas or transcendental categories and how they are discovered or realized in the physical world.
Well, in nature, nature's just a term you use to describe a category of crap in it, like animals and plants and oceans and mountains and stuff. Okay, that's not exactly what's meant by nature, I think, in terms of this kind of philosophical meaning. But Darth's not careful with this anyway. And
what makes you think atheists, it's all about themselves? It can be pointed out. Like if you ever dared to come in and talk about it, I could gently walk through how it's ultimately revolving back to you, which is going to be circular autonomous reasoning, and that the ideas that you have about ethics are going to involve you in what you think and feel are the case. And inevitably, that's going to involve you, yourself, inescapably. When there's nothing greater than you or humanity, which is the collection of a bunch of yourselves and themselves, it's pretty easy to point out that it becomes all about you and your philosophy. That's what it breaks down to. Yeah, Peter, the concept of the metaphysical transcends the physical by examining aspects of reality that cannot be observed, measured, or empirically verified through the natural senses. Yeah, that's good. See, this is what the apologist wants to focus on, the assumptions, the philosophies that are prior to the engagement that's happening, the worldview discussion that's going on between two people. They're challenging these assumptions that you hold. You're coming in, your chest sticking out, all confident, drinking your Mountain Dew, and you're like, there's no God, prove him to me. Well, shoot, I mean, we kind of want to know how you think about these things, how you know there's no God. I mean, even if you don't say it outright, as an atheist coming into this discussion, we know that's how you live, right? We start asking you questions about causality, purpose, meaning, value, and you start applying subjective ideas to them, saying, oh, yeah, values, meaning, that whatever I think they are. Well, you realize that that's going to bring you to a place of pure selfishness. That's how it can be pointed out that you're actually living, how you're thinking about life. That's your worldview.
Because he's not careful, it could be easily flipped around on somebody like this. Like, okay, well, how does that work for somebody like you who believes that God is necessarily triune? He's argued this with other Christians and other believers. God must be a Trinity. He must be.
That is a argument for theologians. I would say I wouldn't even argue that with the unbeliever, as reasons stated previously. I would argue that more with a theologian who's already assumed God as the ultimate. Then we can get into these ideas of essences and energy, which I don't know this about Spatchcock, but I'm guessing he's a nominalist too. So what you can catch with a nominalist is they are assuming universals. Sometimes they're outright speaking of them, but it's one of those easy catches when you start to focus in on it, because they live like there are universal essences. Yeah, Skyworks, you never jumped on a panel or a live stream. Okay, well, I wouldn't suspect so.
Is nature a term or a token
It's full of
that
concrete
is a set?
particulars, sure.
Okay.
Now-
So
So yeah, now Darth is insisting that it seems to me like he's getting into kind of a linguistic thing. Nature as a term does denote a set of other terms in it, but in terms of metaphysics, I don't think that's the way that somebody like Brigandy or others would be using it. The idea of making the insistence that nature itself could be the absolute upon which other things are contingent is something Darth desperately wants to stay away from, because that means that for the same reasons that that argument can break down in support of nature being that absolute, it can break down for something else that's insisted to be the foundation for all other contingent things, which is God, which cannot be demonstrated in the same way that nature can. So, and not coincidentally, what I think a lot of apologists try to do is also special pleading. Well, because God can't be demonstrated in the same way that nature can, because nature has facets that are mundane, you can see them, you can hear them, you can feel them, touch them, taste them, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's not as special as something that's mysterious and invisible and super.
No. It wouldn't be. That's not as special. That's a false comparison from Darth's worldview. He's not comparing nature and God. You are trying to. The argument is specifically that God is the necessary precondition for nature and the metaphysical ideas, the universals like logic and morality that we rely on. You're making a false comparison here. Again, you might not like his worldview and his assessment of that, but that is his argument. So this is going to fail as a comparison into special pleading.
Supernatural. Therefore, my insisted foundation for all other contingent things must be true. I think that's what he's trying to do. I think that's what a lot of them are trying to do. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because let's say that they even have a point there. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Is that right? Is Skyworks? Are you just in here blathering? You just venting? Because Peter is helpful in the comments. When I'm doing a critique, he makes helpful comments because he knows how to focus in on these ideas as well. You know, so if you're just spouting, well, you're just another atheist distraction. I'm surprised by that. Wow, that never happens. That's not a game they like. You don't come in and talk. You're saying a lot of silly things, but you know, if you want to tune it up, you know, get involved with what's being discussed. I mean, did you unify how you know, you mentioned that a physicalist stance assumes metaphysics? Are you able to unify how that's the case? Or did you just move on to a new subject when that question came up?
Well, I don't see why it follows that just because your thing is supernatural, mysterious, invisible, and it got the woo-woo, that somehow follows that it's more likely that that is the foundation for all other things in reality. All things are dependent upon that, as opposed to insisting that nature and or reality itself in some way, shape, or form, regardless of how it appears or manifests or interacts with itself, has just always been.
Oh, he just tried to, in the most suave way, say, oh, it just is. You're saying that God did it. I'm saying it just is. Ah, we know. That is the argument. That is your metaphysic. It just is. Brilliant. Have you considered shaping that into an argument? Do you think that's going to be an argument against the existence of God, Spatchcock? Yes, that's it. That's it, Peter. And you know, he's expressed his feelings and he's talked about all these things that he believes, but the knowledge that they're based on, well, he doesn't really know, but it seems to be the case right now. Let's hear that again.
So some way that is the foundation.
You want to watch this. This is a key element. He's going into his metaphysic, his actual argument for the metaphysic, his overall general argument for the metaphysic, the defeater for the existence of God. And watch how he just smoothly tries to say, oh, well, It just is.
For woo follows that just because your thing is supernatural, mysterious, invisible, and it got the woo woo, that somehow follows that it's more likely that that is the foundation for all other things in reality. All things are dependent upon that, as opposed to insisting that nature and or reality itself, in some way, shape, or form, regardless of how it appears or manifests or interacts with itself, has just always been.
Regardless of how it appears or came to be or interacts with itself, let's just skip over that. We don't want to talk about the actual philosophy. We want to just assume the whole category of metaphysics by saying it just is. And we're going to be mad if you say God is responsible for reality. Like that's basically the argument. We say it just is. We mad. Me no like God. I don't know if he exists. That's the caveman version of the argument. And it is reducible to my feelings because it's reducible to sense data, observations, and seemings or feelings. And I don't know how many atheists I have to explain this to. I know I have feelings. I know you have feelings. Hopefully we all do. The point is that when it's the basis for your argument, well, you're arguing like a woman would, right? Like, don't you see this in just viral, different political clips of like young women being asked about politics, and it's like, well, I don't know, I just feel like it's like he's a big meanie, like, or they get broken down to that, and you realize, so that's the basis of your argument, the way you feel about it right now. That's what we're pointing out with my feelings. Not that we don't have feelings, that when you're using them as the basis of your argument, you need to do better.
Because for them, from their mind, nature is contingent upon God. It is downstream from God's will. So they're not even going to entertain the idea that nature could just be.
Well, is that really an argument? Spatchcock?
Mostly because they're not allowed to. That would be pagan. They'd be saying that, oh, you put the creation before the creator, and that's a sin. So,
oh, good point, right? Got a lot of atheist pagans out there, don't we, Spatchcock? They mention you in those scriptures, don't they?
In a lot of ways, these guys are just kind of hamstrung. If they're so dogmatic about this stuff, they're hamstrung in even going into these conversations because there's just certain areas they can't go. And the only way...
certain areas they can't go, like coming to the it just is zone. Let's go over to the it just is domain. That's that you're the guy in Poltergeist knocking on the door like, let me in. No, you're not my friend. I'm not going to let you argue against God with it just is. Why would I do that?
Way that they can get. Darth is a genius about it from that perspective, because what he's basically overreacting about, all his bluster and blabber, is to disguise all of those sensitive points that all Christian apologists, especially the amateur.
Wait, this is interesting. This almost sounds like a projection here.
Darth is a genius about it from that perspective, because what he's basically overreacting about, all his bluster and blabber, is to disguise all of those sensitive points that all Christian apologists, especially the amateur ones, are presenting. They are covered in soft spots and bruises when they come into this kind of stuff. And Darth's whole shtick is to come in there and act like he's a tank. Like, these aren't...
I thought he was going to say something more relevant. He just generally said that apologists he's spoken to or listened to have weaknesses in their arguments, and Darth comes in like a tank. It's a different argument, a different style, somebody who knows the theology and the argument well. That's why he is like a tank, actually. And he said he's kind of a genius about this, which is a compliment, of course. I say, of course, like he meant to compliment Darth, but this might be the element he's not understanding about the nature of the argument itself. Let's listen.
Those aren't bruises. Those are shields. Like, there's no way you can get around this. Like, no, there's actually never been a way to really establish that those things aren't anything other than compromises and huge weaknesses.
So is he able to establish that they are? That's the thing, right? Like, he wants to imply that it can't be established otherwise, but he also can't establish they are. So it's a category, it's almost off limits to him, but he wants to point it out like it as a weakness for Darth or the apologist. But I think it becomes a weakness about himself he's actually pointing out here.
But Darth just tries to explain them away.
All right, listen to me, Mike, this isn't your stream. You don't get to divert. Okay, so what you're doing right now is what atheists do all the time. You want to rabbit trail.
Brigandy is rabbit trailing, going off on a misguided, dogmatic insistence of a metaphysic that he invented is somehow not rabbit trailing. Cool. And remember, when he came in here, I believe these two guys were talking.
So he's accusing, or he's trying to call Darth for a tu quoque, saying Burgandy is rabbit trailing because Darth's argument is a rabbit trail. He just doesn't like the argument. He's not able to invalidate it, you know. That's the thing. He's just like, I don't like it. Here's how I'm characterizing it. Here's how I'm framing it. He was jumping on the opportunity to. I'm confused by some atheists. Like, I think they just like the tu quoque, even if they know they're doing it. It's interesting. But I guess that's the thing I was saying earlier, right? Like, if you're an atheist, like, it's subjective how you feel about logical fallacies. Like, you can actually like utilize them if they make you feel good, if they're good for your well-being and make you flourish. Like, yeah, I like logical fallacies for A, B, and C, and the ethical system that I made up is I do what's good for me and my well-being. So there it is.
Talking about, like, how do humans reach some kind of consensus about what is and isn't wrong? It sounded like they were just basically trying to understand, like, kind of.
Yeah, right, Peter. He's kind of painting it in a way that, like, the metaphysic is unique to Darth, and it's just something that he's made up on the fly. But again, they have his script, yet this is how they solve it. They talk about how they don't like it.
Some kind of moral theory. Maya's here. Good to see you, Maya. I have some kind of consensus about what is and isn't wrong. It sounded like they were just basically trying to understand, like, kind of some kind of dogmatic insistence of a metaphysic that he invented is somehow not rabbit trailing. Cool. And remember, when he came in here, I believe these two guys were talking about, like, how do humans reach some kind of consensus about what is and isn't wrong? It sounded like they were just basically trying to understand, like, kind of some kind of moral theory. Maya's here. Good to see you, Maya. I assume Jeff forgot where the internet was. Yeah, I did for a bit, or at least I forgot how to put myself on it, like the side of the camera. I just watch stuff these days mostly. It's super special. I'm serious. Yeah, he's got to get those. He's got to get that fix-a-dent fixed.
See, we're not done with you defending your position because you haven't defended your position. You said
he wouldn't be allowed to talk long enough to defend a position.
Yeah, you know, I'm just thinking now. Just a little over halfway through. Spatchcock is really talking most of the time, isn't he? I mean, I'm talking a lot too, but he hasn't played very much of this video. Not that matters. I was just observing that this is really more between me and Spatchcock.
And because if it doesn't exactly map onto the whatever metaphysic, quote unquote, Darth is trying to lay out, he won't accept it as an alternative. He'll only accept the one that he's brought.
Well, the one that he brought is exclusive, man. I mean, did you follow his argument? Like, God doesn't have a the idea of God being the creator of all doesn't invite like the unbeliever to create a metaphysic that's compatible with the world that he created, because they want it to fit in there. Like, he's coming from a position that doesn't waver, an objective stance. That's what you don't have. You have it just is metaphysic backed by a subjective ethic, how you feel about the situation and things you can't really know. Like, that's the trouble you're having with his argument, really. I mean, how many years have you been following this guy around?
Which is well, it's infuriating for anybody that's new to it, but it's also incredibly damaging to Darth, because the problem with that is that what he's setting up here as like, you got this one absolute thing from which all things are downstream, probably can't be a triune God, because as soon as it's got three things in it, you've got some explaining to do. So how is a set of three things not violating some of the stuff you're talking about here, Darth? Well, what he'll do, well, we're not getting into that right now. The God of classical theism does not have to be a Trinitarian God. It can be a Unitarian being. There's just the one. So if you're like Judaism, then you're cool in the gang. There's no issue with this. You don't have to take this next step. But if Darth wants to take the next step to be like, okay, if somebody like Briganti are like, okay, fine, I accept your metaphysic. It must be some kind of supernatural being that is responsible for all.
Yeah, see, he doesn't even realize accepting that metaphysic. Well, he's saying I'll accept the metaphysic in order to do an internal critique, right? So that's actually the game you don't want to play with him. Like, you're not going to accept my metaphysic. You're going to explain how you can argue my metaphysic, or the argument that I have stands. It's an objective argument I'm coming to the table with.
All of reality. Now what? Oh, well, it's the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. It's the triune Godhead. Oh, hang on a second. How does that work?
Nature is absolute, but a term of abstraction, right?
No, I
that
didn't say
represents
nature's absolute. I said
please.
A term of abstraction can't be an absolute, but he's not referring to nature as the term. He's talking about nature, the thing itself. And Darth is not being charitable here. In fact, he's being a manipulative D-bag.
Do not interrupt me, Mike.
Nouns aren't absolute, right?
Okay, Mike, please do. Michael, please don't act like an obnoxious teenager. You think you're a badass streamer, but you're not. Now,
maybe somebody knows this, but I'm pretty like, I don't know. I know that Darth's primary mode of venting at people is on the TikTok. So I don't know how many subscribers, followers, whatever they call them over there, however many he has. I would be interested to see a comparison between the number of followers that he has versus Mike Briganti, because I don't know if Mike Briganti has significantly more or what. I'd be willing to bet he might, but you never can tell with online Christians. I've seen some really cringe content creators out there, and because they're out there just kind of regurgitating really bad, old, sorry, cliched Christian stuff, they get a lot of followers, because everybody's like, well, we gotta back them up, otherwise Satan will turn our kids gay, and then they'll start voting Democrat.
I'm gonna
Oh, voting Democrat. Stop it.
show it here to the entire audience, because you're either going to look like a fool or you're going to resort to being rude and obnoxious. Okay? Whichever one happens, we'll see. Now, you said nature is the absolute. So is all the members of the, listen carefully, is nature a token, a word that represents a set?
Linguistically, yeah, but that's not what Briganti's talking about. He's talking about nature.
What?
Yeah.
Nature a token, a word that represents a set.
Linguistically, yeah, but that's not what Brigandi's talking about.
Brigandi's not talking about that. Brigandi's going to be able to. Well, we have to wait and let him speak. Man, has he even talked yet? Hardly.
He's talking about nature.
Oh, nature.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, are all the members of the set discretely absolute and eternal?
So when you say something like a triune God, are you talking about the
Wait a sec. Is he dodging that? What?
term that contains the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And are all of them?
Are all the members of the set discretely absolute and eternal?
He would have to. Darth Dawkins would have to answer yes to that for the Trinity, I believe.
What do you mean absolute?
Absolute meaning cannot fail to be, cannot fail to persist. Are each of the members of the set that you refer to nature are?
I don't know if absolute means a failure to persist. And the inability to not exist is necessary, not really absolute. So I don't think that maybe I'm being a little nitpicky there, but okay.
Are each of the members absolute?
Ontologically, we can suggest the universe or nature is.
I didn't ask you. You're not answering my question. I did ask you. I want you to stop.
Yeah, I don't know. Darth should let him just go with it and then revert him back. I guess that might be part of the problem, but that is difficult to do. It's to try to keep someone to the line of questioning and then let them go into whatever they're going, knowing they're not answering. But then you point out what they just did and how they didn't answer and revert back. But that is difficult and annoying to do every time. But that would be most efficient. And it turns you into a screaming badger when you keep having to do it this way. But anyway.
Stop.
This is a bad question, though.
No. I'm interrupting you because you're not answering my question. Did I ask you, Mike, I don't.
Thank you for checking that out, Felicia. Darth has 1,855 followers on TikTok. Okay.
I don't want to have to kick you. Did I ask you to give me suggestions?
Well, I'm answering your question.
Did I add? No, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Can be one eternal entity.
Mike, I don't want to have to kick you. I didn't ask you to give me suggestions.
I don't want to have to attack you. This language. I mean, people have talked about this for years, and it never fails to entertain me, even though it's completely dysfunctional. This dialectic, this way of talking, where everything has to be just these kinds of casual expressions always have to be framed in a self-defensive and in a reflective way. I don't want to have to be forced to be mean to you. I don't want to remove you from the conversation. Look what you're making me do to you.
Well, that's what Mike said to him in the first video, isn't it? Was it this one, or did you play that? I feel like Mike did that. Where are we? 42:53. Was it a spinoff of what Briganti said to him?
About Leviticus. Okay? You think it's okay to kill gay people according to your Bible. Okay? You're a piece of shit. You're a jackass.
constant diversionary tactics. Now, here's the problem.
Look, sir, I've been really nice to you lately.
I really think that Darth Dawkins should start a YouTube channel called.
Look, bro, I can get meaner if you want me to, right? Like, I've been nice to you this whole fucking time, and you're actually a prick. Okay, I don't give a fuck if you leave.
Bald face.
Yeah, I guess Darth was doing that, but Brigandy did that earlier, didn't he?
In the conversation, look what you're making me do to you. You remember, you are the one asking for this. Kind of like, no, I didn't ask for this, and no, I didn't make you do anything. Like, the idea that this dude is like not full of shit is amazing to me, because here's a guy that phrases everything in this.
Well, you're talking about Brigandy, right? He had the actual example of him doing that. We just showed again.
It's just complete pathetic, washed up language of it's so passive aggressive. I tells it like it is, and I keeps it real. Okay, don't make me mute you. I was being nice until they were mean to me, and they forced my hand. I don't make decisions on my own. I'm forced to do the things that I do.
Yeah, it's weird when these arguments turn into like feelings matches, isn't it? Like grown men like acting out their feelings and how they have this conversation because they get flustered. But what would it be even stranger, I would think, is if you started and founded the argument itself on your feelings, because then it seems inevitable that that's where it would land. Ironically, Darth acting out his feelings more than his interlocutor, coming from a position that's objective, pointing out they have a position that's from their feelings, that's a bad look for Darth, right? That's a good move for the unbeliever to get him there, to get him overzealous, overexcited, marginalized, overexpressing in his feelings, and to act negatively, because then he's acting like he's arguing from his feelings, and he's not acting in good nature as far as, you know, a disciple or someone who's arguing for the scriptures in Jesus Christ. So that's a good move by the AC. They've done a great job of marginalizing Darth in that manner.
To protect others and my sensitive underbelly from the things they wanted. They wanted me to be abusive. They wanted me to treat them like a disgusting teenager. Even though, you know, Darth's problems with teenagers, I'm sure people with better backgrounds in like psychology and therapy can probably imagine what might be going on there.
Yeah, Peter, Skyworks might just be a distraction, really, making a lot of knowledge claims. Yeah, Justify. Are you following the ideas in this video, Skyworks? Do you actually know Darth's argument? Like, is epistemic justification a term you're familiar with? Like, you might want to. You mentioned metaphysics earlier and physicalism, and you didn't really follow up. You know, now Peter's pointing out the idea of epistemology here. This is basic philosophy, by the way. Are you able to sort of lay out in a sentence or two what your epistemological position is, how you justify things? Knowledge claims, belief claims, justify true belief. If not, you're just kind of, you might be distracting Peter, but it's all up to Peter anyway. He can do what he wants. Peter, I'm just going to give you a wrench. So like, if you need to like time somebody out or something, you know, because I like your input on the video, and it seems like Skyworks is distracting, and I'm not really seeing anything of substance in his favor. So, you know, produce something there. Skyworks, like some sort of epistemology, or back to your physicalism, metaphysics claim.
Suggestions, did I? I want you to tell me you're not addressing.
You're trying to
the question. Okay, Mike, you're being a petulant teenager. Listen
carefully. Can I interrupt real quick?
No, please let me finish. Let me finish so I don't get distracted here.
Okay, good. So now you're conceding that you thought about these things. Just apply them. Just write them.
Nonsense.
Okay, Mike, and you see, you're doing exactly what I predicted.
You're not going to pigeonhole me, right?
Mike, you're being a petulant teenager.
I want to hear you go. I want to hear you.
Don't let me get distraction and lose my train of thought. Mike, I asked you a question.
Dude,
I don't want to hear.
I don't want.
See, you're doing what I'm saying. You're not even showing any deference. Okay,
you're about to get a heart attack.
You're about to get blocked, and I'm recording this so I can upload it to YouTube. Now you're behaving like.
Did he forget that he's already on a social media platform? This is already being broadcast live. He's already on a social media platform that I think has more viewers than YouTube. So the idea, like, that's not the only thing. You know what? I'm recording this, and I'll be playing this. Like, I would have just come back with, I'm recording.
Look at Skyworks here. I'm posting his comments. I'm responding to him in the chat. And I tell him, yeah, go ahead and print some of those things, the unification of metaphysics and physicalism, or your epistemic justification. Peter's calling you out on how you know these things that you're claiming. Just write them down. I know you're not coming in. And then you just resolve back to, I'm just having a chat. Yeah, that's been addressed, Skyworks. It's part of the content. The context was what was just being expressed. Yeah. When you're having a chat. Yeah, Mike Brigandy. I've seen him with Jay Dyer some.
Recording it too, and I'll upload it to Vimeo just like that. Just you wait until the 3 people left on Vimeo get a look at you freak.
Like a petulant teenager. I'm trying to show you, giving me suggestions. You said, well, we can suggest this. I'm not asking you for suggestions. What I want you to answer straightforwardly is the question.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We can suggest this. Yeah, you definitely want to catch that. Like, who's this we? What do you mean suggest? I'm asking about your purview, the way you see the world, your thoughts on this discussion today, here and now. I don't care about what some people that you know might think about this. Definitely point that out, call that.
You giving me suggestions. You said, well, we can suggest this. I'm not asking you for suggestions. What I want you to answer straightforwardly is the question, and don't deviate from the question.
None of the questions are straightforward themselves, though. They have a ton of weasel words in them.
Oh, they have weasel words. So Spatchcock, in his worldview, subjectively thinks weasel word bad. Therefore, what? You're going to dismiss it? You can not answer? You got to point out why it's a weasel world, why it's not allowed, all that. It's just you're just trying to use simple rhetoric towards dismissal. That's obviously not going to work with him. I think that's what they don't expect, is that, I don't know how often Darth gets here, but the well-versed presuppositionalist is going to be able to go into the claim, the distraction, the red herring, the feelings about the discussion itself. They can go into all that. You can, like I was just doing, like, oh, if you think it's a weasel word, point out what they are, specifically why it's not allowed, why you think it's bad, why it's improper. They have to do all that. They can't stop making claims, right? That kind of becomes the problem. They even see it here in the side chat today with Skyworks. Like, he's being called up on these things, right? But he just keeps making new claims as though, oh, that'll just make it go away. I'll just lump more garbage on top of the garbage pile I have that they're asking me why the garbage pile is relevant.
And they're phrased and couched in ways that just don't make sense and are clearly leading.
Like, it's wrong to lead, right? It's wrong to have a discussion or debate where you're coming from a position you think is true and to lead your interlocutor in a certain way by questioning them. Why would that be wrong? What is he, a defense attorney, feeling like his client is being misled? So he's going to convict himself. I guess they probably do feel that way. In fact, like they have everything on the line, right? They tattooed atheists on their chest, and this guy that everyone hates is going to make them look stupid and prove them wrong. Like, I guess they've kind of propped him up in a way where they can't lose to him. It would actually be devastating. So the best way to do it is to, well, make him a loser, right? And then make everything he's saying senseless in a way where it's invalidated, but it's that's the thing, they're not really invalidated. They're just using strong emotive language.
I want a straightforward answer to my question. I want a yes or no. If this, then that, then what? Like, wait, what? Hang on. Let's break down your terms. How dare you come at me with this 5-year-old energy? Man, this guy's impossible. I agree with Titan.
That might be one of the truer things he said. Like, he's impossible. Like, he can't get around this for some reason, but he thinks he's being tricked or manipulated. And that's what he's expressing here. Like, Darth has an ulterior motive. He doesn't actually have a sound or valid argument or a structure that's within, typical basic philosophy guidelines of any university standard. He's trying to frame it like he's doing something dishonest or tricky. And what most of these atheists haven't picked up on yet is the transcendental argument itself. They tend to think there's just two types of flat argument, like deductive and inductive. But the transcendental argument is unique in a way where you can lay it out in a deductive syllogism, but it actually works similar to an inductive argument, though it is neither categorized as just one or the other of those, because it's discussing the very nature of reality itself, which they try to assume when challenged, as we saw earlier, into the metaphysic of reality as reality it just is.
Completely here. The best way to get Darth and the ones like him off script is to not talk to them. Yeah. Especially in this case. All you have to do is possible. I agree with Titan completely here. The best way to get Darth and the ones like him off script is to not talk to them. Yeah.
Well, if you're in a discussion and you want to get somebody off script and you don't talk to them, what happens then? It's just a failure to answer. And then when you start moving around and avoiding it, you can be called on red herring. So what good is that going to do to you? Why do you agree to that? Why would you engage not to talk to somebody? You seem to think, Spashcock, that you can point out how he's actually somehow wrong in his whole approach. That's what you're implying here, that there's a lot of wrong things going on, like almost like Darth is victimizing people in some way. And that might speak to your, the leftist propaganda that it sounds like you adhere to. But, that's a deep sidebar.
Especially in this case, all you have to do is ask follow-up questions. If you ask clarifying questions, it 100% of the time, it works 150% of the time.
Well, I'd agree with that. Ask him clarifying questions for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that he's happy to answer. Anybody who has a stable position would be happy to answer the clarifying questions unless they're being used for distraction or deviation. But that would be the thing to do, because you can't really tell someone they can't ask a clarifying question. Otherwise, you'd be saying to them, oh, well, I want you to answer without being clear on what I'm saying. That becomes the trouble there. That's why people use that in court against the judge himself. They're like, look, I want to answer you, but I need clarifying questions answered so I know I'm answering you properly. Yeah, right, Peter. It's, they just have this feeling like, oh, they know they're being tricked if they can't win or if they lose the discussion. Like, it's got to be the script thing is funny to me. Like, why couldn't you have a script? Why would that not be advantage to them? Right? Like you said, Christianity 2,000 years old. These guys following Darth, like, for years and years. If they know the script and then they just go, oh, here's the problem with it. Why don't they just overcome it, right? But yeah, they're being tricked because they can't.
Darth will definitely always lose his.
Ultimately, Peter, It's a priori commitment. That's what they lack. They miss this.
Shit. Others are like him. They've got a track. They worked on this. They probably practiced with other Christians, which was a mistake because the other Christians were like, yeah. Sci-10 101, brother. Glory be. Be blessed. Get out there. Do it for the Spirit. And then they use this on somebody, and the person's like, what? Is there a medicine that you forgot to take? Or did you just take it? And these are the side effects that last for the first 20 minutes until things return to normal. Like, what's going on? Yeah. Not talking to them. Not really. I don't think that it is, this has come up with other people before. I don't think it's appropriate to be charitable with somebody like Darth. Others, maybe. Others that are using these techniques because these are around. Other Christians find them. They try them. They try to give them a hand. You can kind of test the waters when they start doing that. Best way to do that is to just basically point out.
See, he wants you to throw out your worldview and then have a discussion about how he sees the world, doesn't he? That's what he ultimately wants. He wants Darth to shake his ultimate presupposition and say, come on, man. Just have a reasonable discussion, man. Don't come here with a script. Don't tell me that there's something objectively true. Just be like everyone else and say, come on, I don't know. And then we'll have a discussion. It's really what he wants him to do. In a very broad way.
One, ask clarifying questions until they start to get a little flustered. And then two, if you're aware of what they're doing, try to point out, like, what pamphlet did you get this from? What pastor did you hear this from? Did somebody hand you an abbreviated version of Van Til?
Oh, because if that's the case, then I'm going to explain to you why you cannot use this. Because Van Til bad. And I know why. Because I generate, and I'm the arbiter of what is bad and what is good. I am the human. I am atheist.
Are you taking a class in reformed epistemology or reformed theology, and you're trying to, work this out in public? To me, this is no different than somebody gets a couple classes in of a martial art, and they start thinking that they now have the.
Okay, but you see, the guy that does that in martial arts and goes in the streets and accidentally finds the black belt and underestimates him, the black belt disassembles him. There's no black belts out there disassembling Darth in this example you're painting. They're marginalizing him, getting him upset. This is not a good example for you.
Capacity to do real damage to attackers in the real world, and they start looking for it. And they can't wait to apply those new skills in a real world environment. It's like,
your real world is in question, by the way. Back to the philosophy, right? Your it just is world is the problem with you coming up against an argument like this. You saying you don't like Van Til. Van Til knew exactly who you are and what you had before you were even born, son. And you're still not able to overcome them, but you want to say Van Til bad.
Particular jump kick doesn't work on somebody with a gun. So,
yeah. And who's got the gun? Oops, it's a squirt gun. You got me all wet. Oh, I grabbed it out of your hand. Now you're all wet.
Are each of the members of the set that you call nature, are each of the members of the set, are they absolute?
Well, if they're the Trinity, yes, which is contradictory. But without getting too much into that, let's see where Brigandy goes.
We can say nature is necessary and it's one entity.
Okay, I didn't.
Yes, that's true. For the purpose of a philosophical argument, you can do exactly what Brigandy says. You could say that nature is necessary and it's some kind of absolute. And
if nature is necessary, you're going to be moving into universals now.
And from which all things are dependent. You can do that. Darth is never going to accept that because he's not going to actually have a philosophical argument, because all philosophical arguments have to start from the the capitulation that his God is the necessary prerequisite for everything. Everything is downstream of God, Jesus God, Trinity God. Even though he won't, in this case, he'll.
Has he stated the problem with that? I know that he thinks the Trinity is logical, but then he has to get into why that's actually wrong. But he doesn't like that you start with God. I get that, but he's coming at it with "it just is" as an alternative. Does that overcome Darth's argument? Because Darth's argument, even though he doesn't agree with it, would trump his. And the thing that he's calling "it just is part of the condition that God set out, that God created. It's contingent upon God. That is the argument, whether you like it or not. So you would be in a losing position with "it just is" as a contingent starting point, or a starting point in which is contingent upon Darth's argument or his ultimate authority. I think they just don't know how to take a loss. You could still not believe in God and take the loss sometimes, right? Like, you just don't take the loss.
He'll hide those properties away so he doesn't get called out on the fact that the Trinity is problematic for this line of thinking. But what's more problematic for this line of thinking is that he can't.
Is that how he actually said it? Nature is necessary in some kind of absolute. Oh yeah, that's rich. That's talk about a word salad, right? Some kind of absolute, like you just throw in like bacon wrapped croutons in there. There's some kind of absolute. What the hell is that? Yeah, dressing it up. It just is. Make it look better. Well, yeah, they have the absence of any starting point. Yeah. Well, see how long my concentration persists here. I'm almost through this.
Can't even go into a discussion about this. He can't even choose somebody out and insist this is true. This is like, it amazes me that these guys do this kind of stuff. This is the kind of shrill, pearl-clutching, condescending lecturing that they claim liberals were doing.
Yeah. So just going into like, he just keeps doing the same thing. He's giving his feelings. He's not really overcoming anything.
To them, when they couldn't figure out that people were not cool with him being racist anymore, right? Like, to make this about a cultural.
Big win, man. Big anti-racist there. Cool dude. Anti-gay, anti-racist. Nice virtue signals.
Thing. But these guys are trying to insist, like, no, you don't understand metaphysics like I do, and I'm going to yell at you and bark at you and just insist.
Yeah, well, again, how do you understand metaphysics? We got Skyworks here who was talking about it earlier, then he just tapped out when we asked him to expand. Coincidentally, you here, Spatchcock, in the video have said, it just is. And you want us to accept that, quote, understanding.
That I'm right about this, even though he's completely talking out of his ass. It's not even talking.
Really? So your explanation is it just is. Your epistemology, well, you don't really know, do you? But you're convinced that his metaphysic no good, and you're saying because he's talking out of his ass. How are you putting that? How are you unifying that and making a coherent argument out of that? That's what I want to know. You're using a lot of heavy emotional language in reaction to Darth Dawkins. We get that. What is it that's overcoming his argument other than how you feel about him and his argument? Like, what is the factor that says, oh, here's why it doesn't work? Even if you want to get into here's why it's illogical. You have to follow that through and say being illogical is wrong in all cases. Here's why. How are you going to do that? You hold a worldview that says, well, being illogical can be okay in cases because it's undivorceable from your ethic. This is basic philosophy. That's why you're going to fail. That's why you're saying it's impossible. It's impossible for you to overcome this, even if you think it's completely wild, completely random, completely made up. Your own philosophy and worldview can't even overcome that which you think is made up, because that's still okay in your worldview, ironically enough.
He's doing the whole like Ace Ventura thing, bent over, grabbing his cheeks, asking for a banaka at this point.
Oh, look, Brenda chimes in, because it begs the question, dum-dum. Yeah, we went over this earlier, right? Begging the question, Agrippa's trilemma, all of it, the authority of such a thing, the fact that Brenda's philosophy is going to ultimately revert back to Brenda's experience. It's going to be circular. When Brenda checks her logic, because she's great at checking logic, she's going to use logic, what she presupposes. Circular. There is circularity. This is not going to solve his emotional issue with Darth's argument. Maybe he does by the end of the video, or he did another time. I'm just saying what I'm experiencing here today. He's just given an expression of feelings. Okay, go ahead, Brenda. Say nope, not circular. Your worldview is not circular, but it can be pointed out, if you ever come in and talk about it, that you're reverting back to yourself, to your own autonomous philosophy, to your own autonomous reasoning. If you don't think that's the case, come in and talk about it. I'd say you're far behind.
This is just, it's always been laughable. But
yeah, you don't like it, boo-hoo, laughable, word salad and so forth, spatchcock. Okay, just give the defeaters.
I think what makes Darth so interesting to watch is that I think he really believes this. I think he believes that this is an approach.
Okay, good. So you can't call him dishonest about his argument. Thank you for that. Very good.
Darth so interesting to watch is that I think he really believes this. I think he believes that this is an appropriate thing to do. This wouldn't be appropriate if you were applying it to giving people instructions.
Why does he get into ethics so much? How does he know what's appropriate or what's not? Oh, Spatchcock is good. He knows his stuff. Well, I mean, I've never listened to him, but he sure has a lot of feelings about Darth. He knows it just is as a fundamental starting place. That's his metaphysic. So he knows his stuff, I think, is formidable as a comment.
Instructions on how to fix their plumbing or how to reset their router. You would not take this kind of tact with them. But he insists that he's going to do this, and he's just laying this out as if it's common.
Making a comparison to an association with a laborer, how you wouldn't talk to them like this, or what is he doing there?
If you were applying it to giving people instructions on how to fix their plumbing or how to reset their router, you would not take this kind of tact with them. But he insists that he's going to do this, and he's just laying this out as if it's common sense. You have to agree with him. You have to agree with everything he says theologically. Otherwise, you're just confused, man.
No, he realizes you're not going to agree with him. He wants to get an established agreement on, like, asking questions that are relevant to your worldview. But that is the rigidity of having an objective position, that there are things in that worldview that God is one who commands and sets laws and orders that you can't just pretend don't exist because you don't like them or don't want to adhere to them. That is rigid, correct. We see that in the nature that God created. Like, you can't stand in the middle of tornadoes, or you can't stand up against big waves. They will destroy you, without hesitation. It's just the way that nature seems to work. That's the way an objective reality and objective truth works. It doesn't let you bend it because, you want something else to be the case.
masses, civility, charity, and compassion are wasted on DD and other abusive characters. Yeah, I think I would agree in terms of like the other abusive characters. A lot of them, I don't.
Yes, you justify your own reasoning, intuitions with your own reasoning, intuitions. It's a textbook under very extremely viciously circular. Right. Yeah, that's it, Peter. Exactly. You know, try to work around that, Brenda. That was the point. Thank you for laying that out, Peter. That's well laid out in one, a couple sentences there.
I don't think anybody is quite as abusive as him, with the exception of maybe
Democrats.
And it's not really, it's not as religious, but probably Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is way up there because that guy's
big meanies, big Republican meanies. Gotcha. Point out where they're wrong, why they're wrong, not that you don't like their behavior. Isn't that interesting how it does fall back a lot on behavioral arguments? Think about St. Tommy, right? St. Tommy is a subjective moralist, moral relativist, you might say. He's in either one of those categories at any time. His whole shtick is modifying people's behavior. And the simple question becomes, why would I be under your subjective behavioral system in the first place?
just a nut.
I'm not asking you to say something. You're not addressing
Your argument's
the question.
Not working, brother.
You're not okay. Now you're being a petulant teenager, just as I predicted. You're not addressing the question. You're saying, "Well, we can say." I'm asking for you to say.
The universe can be one.
No, you're not.
Okay, like Darth, just calm down, and I'm not asking you what somebody can say, what we can say. I'm asking what your position is today. You, the person I'm talking to. Why can't he just calm down, right? I mean, props to him for doing this all the time. But still, why is he so agitated, right? Because I know he can get this point across, but he's being marginalized and he's failing. He's making himself look like an ass, which generates these videos for Spatchcock here to feel all smug and point out this ridiculous behavior without actually overcoming his argument. These are all over the internet, right? Why are you witnessing in that way? Like, why can't you make this change where you say, you know what? I'll let them speak and then I'll just revert them right back. And I'll also point out how they went down a rabbit trail, how they didn't answer what I said, what logical fallacies they committed in what they just said. And I'll still just go right back to the same question.
Focusing, Mike, because you're completely inept at metaphysics. Listen to Keshe. Michael, you're not cooperating like an adult. You're acting like...
You're not cooperating. Cooperating meaning you're not completely folding over.
A fucking petulant teenager. Ooh. Now I'll ask
the and the Christian.
Yeah, I mean it becomes a projection, right? Like who's acting like the petulant teen? Maybe Mike is, but now you are. You. I'm guessing that it is a problem for him to be able to let them go off on a non-answer and then bring them back. And I understand that. But there's power in being able to listen to their non-answer, deconstruct it, and then revert back. Because once they get the answer out, they feel a strength, like, okay, I got my answer out. But then if you're able to pick it apart, well, then they're back in weakness, and then they're back to the original questions as you reverted them, going, no, you can't go down that path. I just dissolved it.
But the ball cap there is like, oh, he's getting spicy. He used the word my parents had spanked me for.
Question again, is each member...
Oh, he's actually holding up the hand. I wonder if he's doing the whole, oh, Darth, you're getting in the flesh, brother. You got to rein it in. Look to Jesus. Ask for patience.
Of the set of nature...
No, that if that was his thought, it was gone just as quick because now he's giggling.
He's a member of the Fed. Michael,
Someone had to
please
subscribe
stop.
to that.
You are doing exactly as I predicted, that you're being an obnoxious, petulant teenager. I'm going to go back to the question that you have been dodging,
I don't have to
pretending you're answering.
subscribe.
Q-Top is yeah, sorry, I actually got a little kiss my Converse fool. Q-Top is close, but he's less coherent. Q-Top is insane. He kicked me in record time. I can't remember, it was when I was still on TikTok. I jumped in and made a couple of comments during a live he was doing, if he's the guy I think he is. And he saw some of mine, and actually no, it wasn't even his. I think it was one of his like whatever a TikTok mod equivalent is. Kicked me out of there. Pee-wee's word of the day: petulant. Yeah.
Would you stop interrupting me, Michael? Michael, you're going to get kicked because you're behaving badly. You're not trying to cooperate in the least. You're doing exactly what every atheist does.
He's doing exactly what every atheist is doing. If anyone is involved in a conversation, most conversations require cooperation. I would agree. Most conversations that occur online usually begin with minimal cooperation being intended between either party. It's more about broadcasting shit. That being said, I think some people are better than others in terms of kind of like trying to hold on to their better instincts, their better habits when it comes to holding these conversations. Darth Dawkins has never, in my many years of covering his behavior, ever demonstrated that he has been capable of being cooperative. Because cooperative is giving and taking, that he has been cooperative in any conversation, quote unquote, he has ever had. He doesn't have conversations. He tries to set people up for lectures. He's the dad. You're the snot-nosed punk kid. He's going to tell you how things are. And if you don't accept it, that's just.
If this is the case, why do they love it so much? They can't stop talking to him. They can't stop reviewing him. What an interesting effect it has on them. All these negative and terrible things that he's bringing out. Why do you want to focus on him so much, right? Because, I mean, I think, well, I know Tom Rabbit does, and the Darth Dawkins debunked guy. I don't know about Spatchcock, but I think he's up there too. I think he's one of those guys who's like paid a lot of attention to him, if I'm not mistaken.
Proof that the devil's got you. If you do accept it, then he wants you to glaze him, kiss his ass, and never criticize him, even when you're right. Because while Darth Dawkins will go out there, Dorothy Pooh will do the whole, well, you know what? Sometimes I lose my cool. Sometimes I use strong language, but there's always.
Listen, this is all in the domain of ethics, isn't it? This is all his opinions. His moral opinions on Darth. What happens when you start asking Spatchcock about his moral exhortations? What he falls back on to make these claims about what right and wrong are? What do you think happens there? Be ready for a long story, a long anecdotal story.
The butt getting dropped, but they made me do it. They pushed me into it. I was so passionate at the time, I couldn't help myself. These atheist scumbags drive me so crazy. My righteousness was so, the righteous indignation was so righteous, I couldn't help but swear. It's really fascinating. Unless you glaze him while you criticize him, or unless the criticism is a glazing, he will not accept it, even if it's accurate. And I'm not talking about like the accurate kind of criticisms I'm getting, like this man is a lunatic. If I saw him crossing the street, I would probably immediately, if I knew who he was in public, I would probably always call the police for a welfare check, or 911.
I just think it's interesting when you have a sort of the ideology of an objective ethical framework. There comes a point where you're locked into some of these types of situations where there's a point where you can break away from it, say it's no longer productive. But in a subjective framework, that doesn't exist. like no matter where you are, you can never really know if it's time to leave or back off or to stop, because it's always in question. It's never defined. It's never been established. So you just wander and make it up as you go along, or that seems to be what you're doing, trying to do.
Hey, there's a disturbed man out. I think authorities need to give him an IV or a hug or something, like do something about him. He's clearly unwell. That's not the kind of thing that you can't even be somebody who's like, no, Darth, I think you're getting your philosophy wrong. There are examples of Christians. I can't remember the one guy with the extremely straight beard. He straightened it with a hair iron. It was really straight. It was kind of straight. I can't remember his name, but he was on Clubhouse and YouTube and a couple other places where he kind of teamed up. And he had a falling out with Darth because Darth was getting some basic philosophy wrong. And this guy didn't agree with him and tried to correct him on it. And Darth lost his shit and treated him as bad, if not worse, than he would treat all these atheists. So this cooperation thing that he's begging for isn't a thing that Darth even really understands.
Repeat the question that you were not in.
And I mean, if anybody can find his wife, they can, check in on her. I think she'll back that up.
Answering is each member.
We say he's going to check in on his wife to back it up. Is that like why would this guy be checking in with Darth's wife? I don't understand that.
The question that you were not in.
And I mean, if anybody can find his wife, they can, check in on her. I think she'll back that up.
Answering.
Why are they trying to find people in his personal life? But yeah, I mean, look, why is Brenda know about it? Is he like an Inquiring Minds Want to Know magazine? Like, it seems more relevant to overcome his argument than to get into his personal life, doesn't it? Something's wrong there. The point of reviewing Darth is to explain his tactics and expose his flaws, right? So what Darth is asking his interlocutor is what they rely on in order to do that, Skyworks. That seems to be the problem, is getting an answer to that.
Is each member of the
Titan said, I had to deal with Wilson and his cultists last night. I'm kind of curious about who his cultists are, if he's got any goofballs that are kind of following in his footsteps. There was a recent video that came out. I didn't know, but Joe Rogan had Andrew Wilson on his show, I think on January 28th, which I thought was, I mean, I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan's podcast or of Joe Rogan particularly.
Yeah, Spatchcock. That's because Wilson's far above your tier grade. Now, I know you think he's a goofball and you don't like him and you're going to boo-hoo about him, Republican, blah, 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 but he's using the same type of argument. He has more pragmatic arguments. He can go in more directions than Darth, but he's ultimately using the same argument. That's why you don't like him, because you don't know how to overcome somebody with an objective stance. And guess what? When you try to claim it's just subjective like yours, good luck proving that from a subjective stance. Is this the regress that Agrippa was speaking of? Or it's at least a sense of a regress, if not fundamental.
Particularly at all. I mean, I don't dislike him, but I don't like him, and I never liked his podcast. But that seems remarkably pathetic, even based on some of the things I've seen Joe Rogan do. So, yeah, I've been kind of interested. If anybody's interested, give a thumbs up in the comments. I'm thinking about covering that Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah, is that going on right here now, Peter? Skyworks, you think someone trying to engage you into a worldview discussion is some sort of trick? How dare you ask me what I think about the world? I want to tell you what some other people think about it. How dare you stand by what you feel, what you think, what you know to be true? I want you to abandon components of that so I can talk to you about nature and the possibilities therein. The idea is to have a worldview discussion. If you think that's a trick, that's because you don't know how to do that. It's because you've been relying on being granted in these discussions that you can just open the Bible and point to things and we'll explain to you as though you're the judge of why it makes sense and why it's relevant. There's a different way of doing this if you haven't caught on. I know that book exists. Why would I let you come over and point to it, and why would I explain myself to you? How do I know that you're even thinking about things in a coherent manner? That's why I want to know more about your worldview, to see how you think. I think the problem with this discussion is you start trying to answer these questions and you realize you don't really know what you're doing. And then you start realizing, no, if I don't really know how I think about these matters, how am I going to decode and claim that their worldview, their claim to God is wrong? I'm just arbitrarily deciding what right and wrong are. I was trying to talk to Skyworks there. Maybe he absorbed some of that, but I'm guessing not. He has another brilliant comment. Wilson is an ass. I think that was a earlier comment that Darth Dawkins was an ass. Oh, look, Jim Bob is as well. This is the level of argumentation of classic atheist here. They don't know why. They just are.
The Andrew Wilson conversation, or parts of it. Wilson doesn't like being asked about opening pickles. That one seems to be daunting.
You know what? I actually agree to an extent. Wilson and Jim Bob, their style, they're performers, aren't they? They perform humiliation to their opponent to get a reaction, but there's something going on there too. There's a point they're making. So aside from them being an ass, the question becomes, are they wrong? Is what they're saying true? That's where I'm guessing you fail in articulating those types of things. I mean, not just you, Skyworks. You're more obvious, but even Spatchcock here, when questioned at length, he's not really going to have a coherent theory or some way to unify all his emotional suggestions about what he doesn't like into how it's actually wrong or not the case in reality.
Yeah, that one I've seen. That's a favorite of mine.
Set that you call nature, is each discrete entity within the set of nature absolute?
Why must I hold to the
If
members?
you don't answer the
Why must
question,
I
you're
hold to
good.
members?
I want you to, because
Why
a
must I
set,
hold to members?
because a set has members.
Why must I hold to a set?
Okay, because you said nature.
It doesn't have to be a set. It could be
No,
entity.
okay.
Yeah, see how he's saying it could be? That's hard to... Of course, Darth is freaking out like a schoolgirl, but the could be's got to go. Like, if you're going to have a discussion with somebody, if you want to have a discussion about what could be, that's a different discussion, right? Perhaps this needs to be laid out up front. Like, I'm not going to discuss what could be or what other people think. I think it's pretty well known with Darth, but oh, look, we got the report in on Wilson and Jim Bob. Wilson's an ass, Jim Bob's an ass, and we'd ask how we know what they're right or wrong about, how he came to this determination. They're wrong. Okay. This is what we're working with.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't agree to nature being a set. And when Darth kept insisting that nature must be a set, he seemed to be appealing to the fact that nature linguistically as a term is referring to a set of things, not nature in a philosophical or metaphysical sense.
I think the could might be triggering him. Because if you get a guy who's, the could, maybe should guy, probably would guy, well, we're not really having a worldview discussion. You're just throwing out ideas. Oh, that could be. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe. That's not what he's looking for.
So
yeah, dude. You know something? You know what? You are so
he's so angry.
Okay, all right.
No. Jeez,
I'm gonna give you one final warning. You're acting like an obnoxious little teenager, and I don't want to have to kick you. Now what you're doing is you're blatantly being dishonest. You earlier said that nature was a set. Okay, you're now contradicting yourself.
Howdy, Jen. Good to see you. That loss of coverage that you suffered, that was probably Spooky somehow. Sorry, Spooky, not to throw you under the bus, but Spooky has powers.
Earlier, stop fucking interrupting, you petulant little child.
Oh, Christian love. Christian.
I mean, you... Holy shit. You got to have some... The fevered ego thing really is a good descriptor of it. You talk that long, and somebody trying to break in with a clarifying question or just a counterpoint, and you lose your shit, like, yeah, I will be heard. Like, we've been listening to you.
No. You want to know something? This is what you're doing because okay, we're done. You're blocked.
Jesus love you. Jesus love you.
Yeah. Do you see the meltdown there? Do you see that?
You see that little meltdown there? This dude has been melting down for minutes straight at this point.
Yeah, I mean, undeniable, right? I can't disagree with Spashcock here. Like, if there's a meltdown on Brigandi's part, it's very apparent on your part, Darth. So work on something else as far as making a point right here.
Right. And this guy starts like insulting him in a kind of theatrical way. And this is just typical. Well, I can do it, but you'd better not. This reminds me, I don't know if anybody remembers when Sean Hannity had a show back in the day on Fox News when they still pretended to be news and not just the McNuggets of newstainment. His show was Hannity and Combs, and Alan Combs was his co-host. And the whole pretense of the whole thing was supposed to be like a crossfire kind of thing where you had Sean Hannity, the kind of bellicose, younger conservative, and Alan Combs, who was sort of a calm, a little bit more level-headed, he was the lib. And basically the show was Alan Combs's takes were always fine. They were always tolerated more if they weren't liberal or leftist. They were just sort of centrist right wing. And also if they were delivered with a level-headedness that was basically sleep-inducing. He could not get upset at all. He basically had to be on benzos the entire time, or at least pretend that he was on a lot of benzos so that he just came off just flatlined. The minute there was a news story that they were covering that Combs was agitated or a little incensed over, that was cause to insult him and make fun of him. The conservatives could lose their shit because they had concocted a story that, Grandpa Spam Eater in Vermont somewhere, it can't be in Vermont, it's got to be maybe rural Maine, because if it's in the East, they'll tolerate that, lost his guns to the woke police or something like that. The story didn't happen. No one lost their guns. Nothing really happened. Turns out that the guy owned a bunch of guns and had 4 outstanding warrants for his arrest that were never acted on. And months later, they finally decided, yeah, we need to actually pick up, Pappy out there and maybe confiscate some of the
all right, Spatchcock, get on with it. Come on.
That he owns illegally. And when they did this, it would become, this is just an example, not saying that this literally happened, but this would be the kind of story that would be in a local paper or a regional release or something like that. Somebody would grab this for Hannity, turn it into a cause celeb for him to lose his shit over the deep state taking away your right to own guns. Look what they did to this old man. I bet he was a veteran too. He wasn't. He was just a degenerate, or something. Who knows what was going on with him?
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Degenerate. Other
Okay, good.
use that too often. But if Combs, Hannity could do this every night, and if Combs reacted in any kind of, the best thing that Combs could do would be kind of, I don't know, that kind of thing. But everybody would just disregard it. And if he wasn't incensed enough along with them, they would question his patriotism. He's obviously not American. When the shoe was on the other foot and Combs was upset about some injustice, the rest of them thought that he was being a baby. This was essentially how that narrative worked. I said all that to say this. Darth fantasizes that he's living in that moment. Every atheist that he talks to better treat him and everyone else around them like Alan Colmes did when he was on his best behavior. Because if they get incensed or they get passionate about anything, he is going to insult them and then he's going to silence them. They are there as...
Yeah, I don't know if the passion is not really there that I'm seeing. It's more like just pulling the answers out, trying to see if they fit, in the script, as they call it. And guess what? They don't.
An example. And the example that they said is, listen, Lib, I'm a conservative. I know what works and what's right. And you are here to shut up and listen to me explain to you how things are going to be. And if I
see, that's interesting how he thinks of it that way. And I think what he's driving at is the style of argumentation, right? Like the objective argument versus the open-minded subjective argument. Now, a Republican, a libtard are going to have a variation of that because the Republican would have to be reaching to something greater, but a lot of times it's just the laws themselves. But it's just funny how he thinks about all this.
I get so much as a question out of you that I think is looking at me crossways. I will lose my shit. And don't you dare criticize me or point out that you think I'm being hysterical. That's you being hysterical. You're the irrational one. You're the one losing your shit. I mean, this dynamic has been going around in our news for a long time. And it just seems to me that, that kind of narcissistic personality disorder training is perfect for somebody like Darth, who probably suffers from narcissistic personality disorder. Why must I hold on to your definition? I thought this was a conversation, not a lecture. That would be a great thing to try to say to him. I think other people have accused him of just lecturing them, and he will accuse them of being stupid and not being able to pay attention to him because he's smart and they don't have an attention span worthy of his time. Even though after he threatens to kick them and remove them, he will continue to lecture at them for an additional 5 to 10 minutes.
You see, I am righteously indignant with that little piece.
Oh yeah, who's going to review it, Skyworks? Do you have everybody in mind? Are they just going to give their feelings about what I said, or are they going to listen to the points I'm making? Because that's going to make all the difference. I mean, I don't care about how somebody feels about me. If they're entertaining the information laid out, yeah. I mean, ultimately, Spatchcock himself, right? He could listen to this if he felt like it. Like, oh, what am I missing? Maybe. Because he is missing things. Just major things like epistemic justification. But, I'll hear him out. Just no one in particular. Yeah. Just maybe Spatchcock. I don't think he's going to like it too much, but if he just goes into his feelings like he's doing here, then it's a waste of time. Although it would be ironic. It's a video about him giving his feelings and he just gives more feelings. So I guess I'd still welcome that.
Of SHIT. You see what he did? Rather than bicker, he just decided to act like a teenager, even worse than bickering. I mean, this is psychotic. What he decided to do was...
I agree. Something psychotic is going on.
Rather than answer the question straightforwardly, to be rude and obnoxious and be so rude to the point where he just stagnates and stalemates the conversation because their tactic is not to cooperate in the least. What a vile person he is.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody's vile.
And I'm recording this so I can upload it to YouTube.
Hey, Tom.
I just want to point out there's a kind of a classic ending that Tom recorded and plays on some of his outros for some of his things here, and that is the part where he says, "Oh, people like to get these conversations and record them so they can get and put them up on YouTube," which seems to be exactly what he's doing now. I'm like, "Ooh, I recorded it. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. I'm going to out you, bro." Anybody that knows Mike Briganti and has seen him have these conversations knows that he gets into conversations, if that's what you want to call them, like this quite often. So anyway, with that, I think I'll wrap this up. I've been on for about an hour, a little more. So
Okay, that's all. That's going to be it. What happened to Brenda, Peter? Did she circle her way out of here? She realized that that couldn't be denied. Likely. It's okay. I mean, perhaps every now and then something gets through. The point is not to be harsh about it. Like, that's a good thing. Like, it's probably a good thing to finally realize that your worldview is ultimately circular, because then you can stop using that as a point of emphasis in places where you were previously. And that's the point of challenging presuppositions is for people to realize that they haven't challenged their own at length. So when you get into those areas that haven't been delved into, maybe in a particular kind of way with particular types of questions, it gets uncomfortable for them. So, to work at it like Darth does is just way too aggressive. So, that being said, we'll just see what happens next, to put it broadly. But as far as this, I'm gonna play some music, I guess. See if anyone else shows up.